Good morning. Ding ding and all of that. How's everyone doing? Thank you. I think my desk is up too high. There we go. IWM's acting crazy. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see how the data turned out this morning. PMIs just came out. A little lower than the prior month. Manufacturing got hit kind of hard. Services is up. So that composite down. So still some carryover on the wealth bubble, but it won't be good for breadth. Should be good for tech, or at least should continue to be good for tech. Dollar's up a little bit. Um, Yields are rising this morning. Carry leverage has been pushing back up overnight. Japan's data last night wasn't particularly great. European PMIs were pretty weak this morning, so we've got the euro falling against the dollar pretty rapidly and the yen falling against the dollar, which should actually improve things. But we are going to have event vol priced in for tomorrow's Jackson Hole meeting. Yep, PMI. Most of the data was weak, bullish. Oil eats up a little bit today. Gold's down. Yeah, Russell and Dow not doing so hot. Wonder how important breadth will be for a continuation here. I think RSP got a new all-time high. SPX still kind of short of one. Fail. Under 27, we've got a little bit of support at 15. 25. It looks like puts are getting sold down at 20. They're being sold here too, but they're getting kind of fucked. Yeah, 25 should be a fairly decent support. Which we almost tested. Hmm. Hmm. A little bit of a gap. You thinking we fill the gap? We might today. I'm ending a relationship today at 12. How do I make it hurt less till then? Well, it can't be that bad if you scheduled it. How do you have a time? I did the unthinkable. I made a tiny amount of profit. That's right, profit on the video puts. You didn't short it when the market corrected? Okay, that actually made me laugh. Do you think they might dilute more on Fubo if it runs? If so, at what price should we be worrying about it? I don't think that's really a concern right now. We got plenty of cash. I don't think they have any issues with that. Morning, Winter. Five 40, 45 is resistance. It's going to be hard to get over 50 today, but there's a little bit of interest building out above it. I would imagine that's largely sold given the price action this morning. Puts are being pretty actively sold, especially at 5600, but also 20, 25, 30. So there's gonna be some weakness in those ranges to any kind of push down. People bounced off two this time. That's an improvement. Yeah, that's nice, right? What's on selling CCs on Fubo now, or is a higher price expected soon? Well, I'd like a higher price. Looks like it's still kind of breaking out, right? Hasn't broken out, but still pushing up. People are picking up a shitload out of the money calls on it. It doesn't. I mean, it definitely doesn't have the hype surrounding it that like GME or something would, right? But that doesn't seem to be stopping people from going long. I mean, in the last 3 days, dealer delta exposure has gone from 16 to 25. I'm sorry, 25 to 30 to 33 million. And total gamma exposure has gone from 183,000 to 445,000. It's above gamma max, but gamma max is moving up with spot. Vega risk is increasing to the upside at 253, 4 and 4, 5 and $7. But there's still a shitload of gamma at $2. That's a bit of a problem. Are you out of the call side of the straddle already? Yep. I still have the put side, but I'm kind of far out of the money. Which isn't great. I start pushing into sold puts around 56.28. Right around there. Nice. Black Fur matters. Thoughts on selling CCs on Fubo now or higher? Price expected soon. Love you. No problem. Stopped at Amazon. Is 190 out of the picture yet? No, not necessarily, but I think it may take some time. I don't think it's going to be quick. I've also been kind of flighty with that position for a few reasons. The data this week presents a great deal of risk. Can you look at TOL? Sure. Hmm. You'd think home building wouldn't be doing so hot. We had okay earnings. Not not great revenues, but okay earnings. Looks like margins are going to move down, which should be expected. Home builders aren't doing great. I think we tap 56.40-ish once more before I open up a put position. Hmm. Yeah, not impossible. I wonder if Dork's up yet. Volume's low. Sounds tinny. Huh. I don't know. Ooh. Nope, that's not working. Resistance of 50 is getting quite strong. Volatility's picking up. Some of the 25 sold puts pulled back on that first drop. It doesn't look like we got a ton more coming in on the bounce. Wake up. Take a gander at Horizon. I think it's a good buy-in. Looks to have bottomed. Has it though? Yeah, it doesn't look terrible. It's definitely near a low. Earnings have been pretty rough lately, though. I don't think we're in a position now where Horizon's a very good buy, to be honest. They're probably not going to do well in the coming quarters. I'd be careful with it. Payout ratio is getting to be a bit much. Horizon's a BDC. And Pax isn't. Pax is just a hedge fund. BDCs have a life cycle. Let's see where there are. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what you think the Fed's gonna do. Ooh, we're squeezing the short puts. Let's see if 20 or 15 is going to be support here. Kind of don't know what to do with my money right now. It's a risky time. It's just support at 56.20, maybe. It's a little, I mean, there's sold puts at 56.20. Not entirely sure they're going to be support. I should put a stop on my straddle. I would say there's probably more support at 15 at this point, if there's support to be found. It's a pretty neat sell-off. Hmm. No, still pretty weak. No handle on vol. We left a gap up at 56.31. Not exactly a small one. All right, so back to 20. Might be kind of hard to get over 25, though. It's going to be resistance now that we've fallen below it. I'm getting some sold puts at 20, a little bit at 25, probably not enough. Chilling at Shoney's. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we gon' end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker straight trades is popcorn code.
One of the two positions I'm trying to risk manage and close are sold calls on Meta, which I'm underwater on with too small of a hedge. Where does Meta only go up even more than SPX? I mean, Meta tends to be kind of like a stable coin. It doesn't have a ton of options influence. It's mostly driven by like active fund flow. Although I will say, it looks like it got rejected pretty hard off 45 today. Where did you sell calls? Gherkin has a stop, but no position. Looking to get stopped in. Yeah. $51.15. Ouch. Why? Uh, um, are they spreads or did you just sell naked calls? J-Powell speaks tomorrow at 10 a.m. Harker said the revision data wasn't a surprise. Well, that's a lie. Is your voice good? I don't know. Fucking not sleeping for a while. Mm, weakness. Hmm. WM keeping Fubo in check. That'll help, yeah. Failure to 5613. If we lose 5613, we're going to start squeezing the short puts at spot. I think they'll try to hold it up. Things get pretty ugly under that. Yeah. They're also still selling a shitload of calls at 20. But if we get above 20, we can start to climb the call, like the sold puts back up to like 35. Almost got to break out at 25 here. That's kind of the next important level. QQQ is weak. Wow. USD JPY above 146.40. Was this the generational pullback we've been waiting for? Call Larry, let him know they hit their performance metrics. It's okay to have red candles. No, it's not. And you know that. Are we in a more bullish environment? It's quickly becoming very neutral. We had a lot of short dated stuff on the chain and longer dated sold options. But all of like the bullish positioning was, you know, like 2-3 DTE at most. And a lot of that's starting to take profit after we broke above 5,600, which is significantly weakening price action above 5,600. And even though we have like some bullish positioning on the shorter dated positions, like SPX, like on the monthly, is not very bullish at all. Support at 20. Push for 25 again, maybe. Did you see my question about MMM? No, what'd you ask? A lot of $2 calls expire tomorrow. What do? Well, they expire tomorrow. I feel like that answers your question. Then there'll be less $2 calls on the chain. Using 20 is not good. Fubo Charm's gonna be lit. Wow, if Fubo's above $2. Is resistance on Tesla at 219.40 longer dated than this week? Seems like it needs to break it for downside to open up. 220. Yeah, I lost at 220. I mean, it's not super significant, but it's not irrelevant either. I mean, Fubo doesn't really get bearish until it gets below 200. Or, I'm sorry, Tesla. Um, mm, Someone's selling the 225 pretty heavily. It's like 225, 227.50, and 230 are getting sold. But yeah, 220 is a support. I would definitely open up more downside range if it were lost. Oops. Son of a bitch. There goes 215. $230 test OES still. It's pretty bad. Let's see, dollar's moving up. Ooh, fucking 10-year moved up hard. flag, yeah. What are you concerned about? Nothing. Can we test all-time highs, double top, then revisit 5150, please? And thank you. Maybe. I feel like if they were going to push for all-time highs, today would have been the day to do it, though. Unless the Fed's super fucking hawkish tomorrow. Send Fubo to 250. Hmm. 1 second. Sorry, I just had to send an email real quick. I hope someone told Powell tomorrow is Friday. I think he knows. I'm assuming expects Fed to be dovish, so it's definitely going to be hawkish, right? I don't know. I mean, I think they'll be a little less exuberant than they were at the August FOMC meeting. But they have every right to be, right? Because inflation's back up a tiny bit. And services PMIs are rising. Can we at least test all-time low, double bottom, and revisit 5150? I'd much prefer a test of like 2800. Jackson's hole started yesterday, continues today into tomorrow. Get daddy out of these $1.50 CSPs. You guys are ridiculous. How much theta do you have? Would you fucking sell weeklies or something? If we go to 2800, I will never see any of you again. Why is that? It's a lie, to be honest. If today is meh, what kind of idiot play are you thinking? I don't know. I'll probably just forget about it like I usually do and then see if I can make 700% on risk at the end of the day. Have you got any niche book recommendations outside the reading list? Have you read everything on both reading lists? Come over here, try to fucking tickle my stop, you bitch. Not entirely sure this is looking any better. Mm. The idiot trade seems to generally be a butterfly or a condor. Do you split enter each side of these or just the whole thing at once? I don't put that much thought into it. It's the whole point. How are they fighting this with vol still getting turned up? Because they have a lot of sold puts. And they can sell more puts if vol doesn't close above 17, right? There's gonna be no margin requirement on anything sold at 16. Mm. All the way for the bottom. This might fail. Yeah. Shitty day. 50 Shades of Grey. Are we gonna get stuck in this 56.14, 56.25 range? Very possible, yeah. Things are still a little bit bearish here. Just kind of surprising, but maybe that's turning around. Back to reading. Oh yeah, reading recommendation. Have you ever read Exploring General Equilibrium? Did you read that? Was that on the reading list? No? What's that? Read that. Or read, if you want something shorter, read Ray Dalio's paper on how the economic machine works. It's called Exploring General Equilibrium by Fisher Black. I'll take the book, thanks. Fubo, much like a soccer match, is doing nothing today. What's up, Mikey? I think Q's about to shart. Or bounce really hard. Hmm. Okay, first off, that just hurt the feelings of a lot of young actors that play football. Are we gonna stay at the cost basis of everyone who bought $2 calls early? 203? Possibly. Yeah. Seems to be pretty pinned. I'm gonna lose fucking 15 here, I think. Yeah, might get a lower low finally. If we don't get a lower low, is a retest of 56.30 possible? It's not impossible. It doesn't look particularly great. There's a shitload of upside resistance at 25. So even if we break back out above 20, we're still running into the same problem at 25 that we did earlier. I'm just getting chopped up. What am I doing? Fubo's breaking out a little bit. That's kind of interesting. I see Fubo. Yeah, we're getting a broader pump. More vol shorting on this one. Let's see what happens at the 25 test again. $10% on the straddle. Nice, dude. 30-year tips auction at 1. Yep. May I ask about the GME tips? They don't look particularly good. They're getting fairly spread apart, which is neat, I suppose. When's earnings coming up? September. Seems like VIX 1650 is tough for them to short below. No. I mean, they get less premium for doing it, but I don't think it's that difficult to short it. Bearish? I need big downs. What did you fucking do this time? Ooh, Fubo 210. I want some good premium on CSPs, and I'm not selling 20s. Fair. You know, there's 5,000 other stocks that you can pick that don't suck. Oops. Failed again. Man, both suck. Both sleeping in today. It's not getting any leverage under them. $56.13, then 5,600. Yep. Maybe even like 56.98. A little bit below 5,600. But we have to get the lower low, which is right there. Right? Oh, almost. There it is. That should squeeze out the 15 pips. Yeah, they're not selling very many puts anywhere. Afraid. Interesting. Hmm. Would you be willing to show where the put side of your straddle stopped out? I can check the time. It was 11:10. I'm sorry, 10:10. So yeah, I guess it was like the first sort of test of four. It was like 417-ish at that time. A lower high off a new low would be pretty bearish, right? Or just no high. Fucking, this looks like dog shit. Losing the puts sold at 15 is bad. What kind of stops do you put on your straddle legs? The regular kind? It was like 10-10 in some seconds. I think it just, the premium just spiked a little and it stopped me out. Is top seeing covering? I do. A little bit, yeah. How's that company not gone out of fucking business yet? Oh, 13, 12. Squeezies. Oof. Straight to 5,600. Mm. 5620 ES is support. 5630 futures is a pain in my bungholio. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking something up. Could this be the end for ABVV? Maybe. Enough momentum to break 5,600. Let's see. Futures could get support here, and there's a lot of longer dated positioning. It'll be hard for us to break 5,600 today. And at least in any meaningful way. Hmm. Interesting. I wonder if that was the failed all-time high breakout. Possibly. 5,650 is a hell of a resistance. Sorry, I'm trying to look something up. Hmm. This looks like it will fail. It's not very strong. Like we're not bouncing off it really hard. Although there's really nowhere to bounce to. We'd have to get back to like 56.15 for things to be even remotely bullish. How about 1 DTE straddle here and wait for 56.10 or 55.90? You could, yeah. Generally, straddling major resistances is a bad idea because price tends to get pinned to them, but you can try it. Is Fubo exposed to a lot of ETF liquidity? Not a ton, but enough. It's not super heavily weighted in the R2K. 55.75 end of day. Support at 95 and then 85. But out of the money puts are building. So yeah, we could continue to drop. Do you think we close below 55.80? Probably not. Hmm. Oh, fuck. Right to 85. Holy shit. We. I think one of my dead puts just went back in the money. I'm not even really sure there's all that much support at 75. I feel like if we lose 75, it's probably just straight to 50 at that point. Is there some news or something? We had a 4-week auction like 15 minutes ago, but what's the shit about that? Ugh. Well, this is the 5600 test after the upside breakdown on ES. If we lose 55.34, shit gets pretty bearish. Nice, man. What just happened? This is incredible. Dropped like a rock. I mean, there wasn't a ton of support there past 95, but I didn't expect us to just dump $10 all at once. Spicy. This is what happens when you short all the vol in the chain in 2 weeks. This is definitely what happens when you fucking fail to get it up in the AM. Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, vol keeps rising here. We're gonna... The fuck? Mm. I'm actually not too bad of a trader now. I've gotten fairly consistent at taking gains and managing risk. Thanks for all your effort and patience and teaching us the magic lines. Nice, Wolf of Walgreens. That's good to hear, man. What do your elvish eyes see? A tiny bit of support at 85 and then not fucking much below it. So I'm pretty sure we either get support here or on ES or we're gonna dump even harder. I mean 5600's a big, it's a big fucking ES level. I don't run my P&L report because I'm afraid my most profitable position has been top. When I left for the day, we were testing 5640. What did you do, Gherk? Well, we went under 5620, and that's bearish, right? Just ended up being a little bit more bearish. Is there news? Auctions today? There's an auction at 1 o'clock. But we squeezed out like all the short puts already. There's still a massive pile of them at 5600. But I mean, we pretty much squeezed all the way into the bottom of those short puts on the loss of 56. I expected more of a fight for 5600 than that. Yeah, that was very short. I don't want to know what Elliot Wave is saying. I don't give a shit. Beta selling seems to take all my time now. I don't seem to have any left. Thanks for everything, Gherk. No problem, Ralph. That's sounds like a good thing. I closed at 5602, but reloaded when I saw NQ barfing. Yeah, dispersion got hammered a bit on the drop. What is happening is that forward yield on vol is just rocketing. Now back above the federal funds rate again. The yield curve is starting to invert more. Nice, Entropicat. Well done, man. A little bit of vol shorting. Looks like they're selling the 70, 75, 80 now. I'm not sure they have a lot of strength getting back above 95. That could be tricky. Probably gonna need more momentum than we've got. Yeah. 95 will be tough, I think. Kathy Wood told me today's losses are tax deferments on tomorrow's gains. It's been 2 weeks. Where might I find these gains? I saw that. Why are you shorting Netflix right now? Netflix was bullish as fuck. I don't know, maybe under 675 it could be worth it. Or 660. But I wouldn't short it here. It's dangerous. Let's see. Do I want to sell any theta down here? Not the best credit. It's so fucking risky. Looks like the AMD over 160 is dead for now. Dude, the AMD play's been closed for like several days. 2 days? Where were you? It already tested its PT. Just remarking, I'm long out. You're out of the line. Oh, okay. It stepped out of AMD for like 120% on Tuesday. Nice. What can't you sell for 78 days? Yeah, it lost 56.13 and then just plummeted through 5600. So like right when it failed there, I just started squeezing everything out. Alright, so this is risky, but I'm gonna sell the interesting 250 credit on the 5600. I'm just gonna sell the fucking 95.85 or 90.85. Nope, that's the wrong fucking day. Ignore that. Shit. I'm gonna wait for a re-entry. 93. 590. Alright. That was a fucking nice bounce on Fubo. Can you read the poem I sent you? What? To wait as long as we have for Pickle's thesis to unfold is to either blow your port or play along with the bulls. Alas, I blew up as soon as things commenced. I should have joined the short vol party if I had some sense. All that's left to do is rebuild what I've destroyed. Cheers, Gherk, from yours truly, one of the 800,000 unemployed. Jesus, that's so depressing. What happened, Huckleberry? It's pretty good, yeah. I wish those 800,000 weren't all applying for the same jobs as me. Wait, I thought you were employed now, Brett. What happened? I am? I hate it. We're trying to find something better. That was a crazy sell-off. Gurk, 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 gurk. I bought a call at the bottom. Nice. That's always the best time to buy calls. That's the first step in buy low. If you'd done the idiot trade for me to, quote, learn from while I was previously unemployed, I'd be happily still unemployed. But instead, I did my own idiot trading and am happily employed, unhappily employed. I say, why'd you put quotes around learn from? Just kidding. I would have blown it all at zero DTs anyway. Well, at least you're honest. I forgot how to spell ghost. Maybe I shouldn't be posting the trade right when I make it. Big dumb. It's gonna hold the market when the speaker listens tomorrow after data with Japan. I don't know. Yuta's speaking tomorrow too. Tomorrow's gonna be an exciting day. Did you know that you sell credit spreads and buy debit spreads? Picked that up along the way. Well, that's cool. You know, it's a good start. Now if I could just afford margin again. It's 2,000. I'd like to say no one here is affecting your gains on the trades, but some big player has to have discovered your free alpha by now. Yep, 2 full ports. Have you seen SVIX total AUM imploding? Although it does that frequently. This is just another bear flag. Up or down? I don't know. Bulls need to lever it back up over 5,600 or they're in a rough spot. They've sold a lot of puts there. I would assume that they would like them back out of the money. I mean, it's $68 to ask me anything. This is gonna be a drop to 54.30. 54.46. Not yet, but it could quickly turn into one. There's a lot of support at 5,500. S6 is for intraday super short-term trades. I mean, that is what it says on your broker's website. Short VIX. One second, it's not super VIX. Tech looks like a bag of duty. It's weird that the dollar rebounding is driving risk off. I think everyone's scared shitless for tomorrow. Also, lower high, which is interesting to say the least. Huge intraday moves in yen. They're not that big, but it's had some swings. Can this whole recovery just be repositioning for a drop? Yeah, remember when I said all of this looks like a new normal? And I didn't trust the upside move at all? Can I ask you a question about the sell-off the other week when Japan raised rates? Just curious about the mechanical chain of events causing the sell-off. Why can't you just learn to read? I've already written about this. I don't want to talk to you about it. I think I heard someone on Bloomberg say it was the new normal. A lot of people were saying it was like a return to normal and the shock was over. I thought you were being facetious. No, I was being pretty serious. That's why I kept saying it a bunch of times. I don't even have to look who's asking the question. I know it's AJ. Yep. Skews back to where it was in July. We have room to the downside. Skews next necessarily indicative of how much room we have to the downside. We just have a ton of room to the downside. They're levering the fuck up out of the carry trade today. It went from like 6.7 to almost 6.9 right now. Trying to get that forward yield on volatility to fucking drop. I understood what happened, but not the order of events. there isn't a fucking order of. I mean, all of those things are happening simultaneously. There isn't like an order of events. Not everything's structured, AJ. Just like, why are you still holding puts? I can't get a handle on your sarcasm. I don't think that was sarcastic either. Bloomberg will also tried blaming that drop on incoming hurricane. Let's take their words with a pinch of salt. I mean, it just says that their buyers are out of the money puts, so people see a drop, at least sentiment-wise. No? Not necessarily. And it's not significant, right? Like the move in skew. Well, skew went up, so there's actually less buyers of the out of the money puts, right? So tail risk is increasing. I think you're looking at skew backwards. As tail risk increases, the chance of a standard deviation move, like a larger and larger standard deviation move, becomes increased. Your serious voice and your sassy voice are pretty similar. Don't ever change. That's not fair. That's wait. Are they? Eh, all right, maybe. You might be right. Hal is under attack from cyberbullies. If you can see the trade, why does JPM say it's unwound? Can't anyone prove them wrong? So? You think they care if someone proves them wrong? They don't. Okay, you need to understand this about financial media right away. This is really important. Um, Everything everyone says is bullshit all of the time. Skew's moving up because the put is oversold. So you're not wrong in how you're thinking about it, but it's because the put's sold, not because it's bought, right? Or lack of interest in buying. It's just an interest in selling. So lots of sellers driving skew higher. Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure if there was a general best way to think about it. Like spread down equals margin down, spread tighter. Spread doesn't go down, it just gets tighter. Margin down, equity sell off to offset margin. I mean, at its most simple, sure. It's significantly more complex than that. Go through my Twitter. I wrote like a cheat sheet for how the carry trade breaks down. You don't need to know any of that, though. You're just selling spreads on SPX. Why the fuck does that matter to you? This is the problem with the pickle jar. You guys all want to be like top level quantitative analysts with your $2,000 fucking WeBull account. Just focus on not blowing up your fucking paycheck. How about that? $1,500 Weeble account. Sorry. What paycheck? I forgot. 800,000 of you are unemployed as of yesterday. What I do with my paycheck is my business. Sir, this is a $2,000 Fidelity account. I'm focusing on not blowing up my paycheck, and you still yell at me? You're just trying to sell CSPs on a stock that nobody should want to own. Anything on Fubo? It's at $2. What about GoEV? It's at less than $1.50. Blue Bananas is probably loving this right now. Or he got stopped out at resistance. I meant the tippies, sir, not the price. What? Fubo still looks pretty bullish. I mean, well, people are trying to make it a bullish thing. We'll see if that actually works out or if the market just crashes. GoEV's been getting a little bit of covering, but not very much, and that's probably going to turn into more shorting soon. New all-time low? That'd be neat. Wonder if I could sell the $1 put. Should I close this thing? I fucking already made like 35%. Teach responsibility or degeneracy. Huh. I mean, it's cool, right? Like, it's cool that you guys want to learn, and that's fine. And I'll do my best to, teach you things you don't understand and don't know. But stop getting so far into the weeds. I see people make a lot of really dumb decisions because they've shoved their head up their own macroeconomic asshole. You really did JFresh like that? Wow. Fortunately, JFresh has learned that while he's doing that to not trade, right? That way he can separate his emotions and his feelings about the economy from what he's actually doing in the market. How can you use vertical spread butterfly bear calls on my $200 port? I don't know what you're talking about. Stop making up words. Back in my day, we knew we were lucky just to have buttholes, and we were grateful. Hmm? The feeling of being right after all this time. That's what we want to feel. I've still got another year and a half to beat Bury. So I feel like from that side of things, I'm killing it. Use a synthetic swap between the Japanese 10-year and the US 10-year. So variance on the spread. Sorta. Yeah. There's a little thing that we just continue up the rest of the day. In anticipation of J-hole tomorrow. It's reasonable for us to get back above 5,600 where the bulls sold all their fucking puts. Breeze port looks
Mikey
like
put their pickle in my jar. I've bought my weekly's time after time. I've taken no profits, but I knew it was crime and bad mistakes. I've made a few. I've had my share of calls go from profit to absolute poo. Gherk. You are the stonk god, my friend.
Thanks,
3.
Mikey. I knew it was crime and bad mistakes. That was a word salad. Tossed. I like it. You're a generation Bury. I haven't gone blind in one eye yet, or crazy yet. Well, I might be a little crazy already, but let's not talk about it. Okay, now I have a 57% gain. I'm starting to think that the idiot trade might be genius. I should stop giving this away. It's pretty much that. So, I mean, as far as measuring leverage in the trade, yeah, it's pretty much that simple. It's not very complex. You can do it in different time frames, but yeah, it's like USD 10-year yield plus the Japanese 10-year yield times the USD JPY pair. Yeah, it's not that hard. But I mean, you can do that on every maturation, right? So you could do it on the 3-month, you could do it on the 6-month, and you'll find that like Jamie Dimon's not lying about the short duration carry, right? Like a big part of that was covered, but very little of the longer duration part of the carry was covered. And that's where the majority of risk is. Now we are quants. Good job. If JPOW hawkish cuts and NVIDIA misses or guides down, are Pooties gonna prompt? Maybe. They're shorting the fuck out of vol here. It's nice. I wonder why they waited so long. Wanted to build support at 56. Chimera quants? Powell's gonna be so dovish. That's not a good thing. No one wants him to do that. We want inflation and tighter financial conditions. We want yields to go back up and people to risk off their bonds and buy back into equities, right? We don't want the yield curve to fucking uninvert and the market to blow up. He's got to cut 4 times by January. I'm going to keep saying this. What about just 0? I don't want to believe that though, because he's such a fucking moron, right? Like, I should expect him to do the moronic thing and cut rates and blow everything up. You know, honestly, I would have believed that the Fed would just cut had Japan not had the reaction to their hike that they did. I wonder how much of the reaction to the Japan's 15 basis point hike was in an effort to stop the Fed from cutting. Hmm. Those spreads on VIX got awfully wide for no reason. Risking off my bonds is my euphemism for going in the buff. Hmm. Nice, I like that word when used in that context. Why do you keep using the word we? What word do you want me to use? Do you have a preferred group pronoun? We? Chat. What did the carry trade implode with an actual 0.25 cut? The market tanked on the BOJ anticipating 0.15. Didn't even happen. Yeah, it would be a 0.25 cut could have a dramatic impact. If we ignore the carry trade, rate cut would be bullish for equities, though. No, it would be bullish for mid caps, small caps, not necessarily bullish for tech. Tech, one of the reasons the Mag 7 does so well is because they have huge cash reserves and no debt, right? And if you cut rates, the value of cash goes down, as does the value of debt, right? And so, underwater companies that have high debt burdens are going to perform better because the totality of their debt, which is denominated in dollars, is going to drop. Whereas there's not a lot of benefit for giant mega caps with huge moats, right? Like, I mean, all of them are multinational corporations and they just lose money on the exchange rate when the dollar declines. Yeah, rate cuts are always super bullish, right? Especially when we uninvert the yield curve. Always been super bullish, right, Gherk? Right? They like 100% of the time lead to market crashes. But just because it happened before doesn't mean it'll happen again. Usually, you know that's usually because of the carry trade, right? Or at least the last 30 years. That's why market like rate cuts have the inverse effect. There's no wait list for the beta. Everybody that's being invited to the beta has received their invite. There are no more beta people. We were the alphas. Doesn't need an invite to be a beta. We're not, that's not. You're not a pigeon whale, Rims and Tims. But diversity? No. No, we've met our diversity requirement for beta tester group. That only work. Yeah, that's what you're thinking of. And the weekend stream you mentioned we could get a drop late this week, early next week, then a hard push up pre FOMC. Do you think that's what we're seeing, or is this different? I don't think it's different. That's going to be like the push up into FOMC is going to be really dependent on how unbelievably vague JPOW is tomorrow. If he's too vague, he's going to scare people. So he's got to keep the carrot firmly on the stick. But if he's too hawkish, it's going to be very bullish. Because the dollar will rise. I think we need more pores in the beta test. Nope. $30. Did you create the carry trade when you were 7 to give yourself something to teach market degens about? To keep yourself entertained while building the singularity? Gamma Strike TM. No. Is that a lack of Hispanic representation? I don't know what everyone is, but there's like a bunch of people from all over the world. Wow, you guys both said Hawk 2-ish. 3 of you? You should all be in. Look at each other. Look long and hard at each other, all 3 of you. I didn't say Hawk 2-ish. I said hawkish. Can I get free beta for my 1/16th Choctaw lineage? No. Gmail flagged my invite as potential spam. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna keep doing that. I think we need to get some sort of authentication thing done with our bulk email service. Is there going to be some poor version that has some data but blocks out other data? I don't want to call it a poor version because that's not how we're building it, but there will be various levels of data access depending on what you trade. Choctaw? Choctaw? Choctua? Hmm. No. Thanks, Odorous Dan. I sent you a DM earlier about what? Oh, I saw that. So it's clearly it's really obvious that the only solution is a piezoelectric cooling system built into my cup. Would the beta be beneficial to a part-time trader, 50K port? I think so. I mean, there's different. So, I guess I could get into the weeds a little bit here, without giving too much away. We we didn't want to create levels of service that would just feel like you were getting a shitty service because you were paying less money. We wanted to structure the tiers in the service to cater to different kinds of traders or different kinds of analysis, right? And so our goal with how we're building out the tiers is, people who, like you, aren't trading frequently or maybe swing trading or, just simply managing a portfolio and managing risk with data. You don't need constant live updates. There's a lot of stuff you don't need and there's stuff you do need, right? And so that's how we've kind of structured all of the tiers. So you can choose the tier that's best for your what data that you need to manage your portfolio or your positions, without having to sacrifice some level of insight that you need access to because you're not paying for the top tier, right? And I feel like other
Yummy
data
cummies put their
companies
pickle in my jar.
do that
Dwarfs have
really
stumpy dicks
intentionally
3.
in order to fuck people over. Dwarves have stumpy dicks. Nice. Nice. Well played. The team did an excellent job. We haven't even started. Would the data be valuable for someone who doesn't trade? Like yourself? Absolutely. Yeah. Because then you'll know what you missed out on. Which is priceless. That wasn't Kendra. So multiple tiers that cost different amounts. That's cool for lower entry barrier. They're not really designed to have barriers. There will actually probably be services and stuff that are available to the lower tiers that may not be available in the higher tier at some point. There's going to be, packages of access based on what you need. I mean, it's data, right? Its value is, and its value isn't in your interpretation of it. We can tell you what it means and how it works, and but I mean, ultimately, it's just data. That's not a dream. We were best friends and living together, having the best time, and pulling hot chicks left and right, wingmanning each other. Did you have the same dream? No, no. I had a dream where I was a donut, and then I got glazed, and then someone dropped me on the ground, and I had dirt in my glaze, and then I woke up. Thanks, Maple. This sounds like something that you'll be working with on for years to come, updating the platform. Yeah. Maple needs access to only one package, Gork. What do you think this holiday season is going to look for retail sales? Shitty. I will future stream cards of hidden coupon codes to this service. No. Squamsk, as an employee of USPS, has access to all of our packages. True, yeah. Ooh, I need vol to stop going back up. Mm. Mm-mm. I'm gonna play that game. I'm gonna close this shit. Ooh, I could buy to close the short put. And see what happens on the long put. It's pretty fun. I think we hold 5,600. Well, we already lost it a little bit. That's kind of the issue here. Maybe 90. Sounds like you see yourself like everyone else, but you set abnormally high standards, which makes you believe that nobody's gonna want you unless you're perfect. Who? Are you talking about me? Why would nobody want me? I'm the best. Are you trying to analyze my dream about my perfect donut glaze? I think it's more about germophobia. than anything else. You can lay off the drugs, man. Carl would eat me out of a trash can. Who glazed you in the dream? Please say it was Poopy Pants. No, it was like some like 65-year-old Cambodian guy. He was making a lot of donuts at the time. My decision here on this has been actually perfect. Nice. Alright, I closed it. That was dope. Boom! See? Turn a bearish position into a bullish, or, well, you turn a bullish position into a bearish position because things look more bearish, but free money, right? God, I love options. They're so cool. Even just simple shit like that. Stop using up all the alpha. It's just a fucking paper trade. Now the question is, do I sell more puts here? Kind of want to. A little bit of weakness, though. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't. I'll wait. So, it's almost a double bottom, I guess. Slightly higher, actually. Still a weak bounce. Rather get like a stronger bounce than... Yeah, so fun thing you can do with spreads, and you guys probably shouldn't do this, but it's fairly minimal risk. Right, is you can sell the in the money spread like on a bounce or a reject. We'll just go with puts because that's what we just did, right? So price drops, right? Get a bear flag, you get a continuation, then you get a bounce. So on the bounce, you can sell the in the money spread, right? And as the bounce moves up to test resistance again, you can close the short option, and then you are long the other put, right? So if you sell the bull spread, bull put, and you close the bull part, you have a put. And if there's a rejection, your put can print. Printy put. See that? Or, hear me out, you can just buy puts, but then you don't make money here, you lose money. That the purpose of doing this is it reduces the amount of capital you have at risk. Things I could do with a non-PDT account. I mean, this only uses 2 day trades. But if you don't think 2 day trades is worth 300% on risk, you're out of your mind. Turns theta decay into your friend too. Yep, yeah, it's especially important for, you know, when you think a bounce is going to chop, right, for an extended period of time. It's a far better way to play this kind of upside price action. Who would Entropicat even know about theta decay? Do you think we're gonna break the 5570s? I don't know. 80 is decent support here. But we could push lower. There's a lot of sold puts down here that are now very much at risk. Having the concept of collapsing risk is super helpful. Shortfall is getting taken to the cleaners today. Yeah, the auction should have printed here. High yield 2.055 on the 30-year tips. Prior was 2.2, so inflation expectations fell pretty dramatically. Bid to cover was 2.61 versus the prior 2.43, so a little bit of interest, a little bit more interest than the prior 30-year tip auction. It was 2.055. Sorry. The prior auction was 2.2. Before the auction was 2.045. So a positive edge on it, which is a slight tail, because it's a tips auction, so its tails are inversed. But 95.35% of the bid at the high mostly looks like indirect. Primary dealers didn't take very many, 6.89%. But it was only an $8 billion auction. Usually tips auctions are pretty small. So a slight bump in long run inflation expectations, but nothing super significant. That's also something you can do that's really fun with portfolio margin, is you can have like a inverse butterfly, and you can close the long and the short calls like you would a strangle, or the long call like a strangle, right? And then as price moves back toward mean, you can close the short and like the short put in the long call, right? So so you open one up at like market open, right? Just the same way you would have like an overnight straddle. And if price goes up, you close the short put and you close the long call. And then you have a short call, long put. And then if price goes, back down, you can close those. Inverse butterfly. But if you just but the cool thing is like if you just mean revert, you can just reopen. Like if you don't drop, you can just reopen the other side. I mean, that's generally the goal with underpriced straddles, right? Is that you're trying to close each leg as profitably as possible. Unless there's a massive move, but like if you stay within the same trading range, right? Like so this morning we had a trading range that was like 5650 to 5600, right? 5620 was kind of where that range flipped from bullish to bearish, right? So, we opened up here, we moved up. So that's, you want to set a stop on your call there. And then we move down, right? And then you want to get ready to exit your put. Because you're trading within the same range for the entirety of the day. Now, if you open at like 5,700 the next morning, you're just going to close everything, right? Because your profitability on one side significantly outweighs the cost of the other side, right? And this is because IV is not being priced properly on the contracts. That's what makes this advantageous. They short volatility so hard that implied volatility is less than realized volatility. And so you underpay for a contract that can overperform. This is looking more stable, but I wouldn't say the support looks very strong. V back to 5,600 is questionable here. There's not a lot of positive gamma. Remember, gamma neutral on SPX is at like 57.78. So we're like right against gamma neutral, which means that the market maker's positive influence on a bounce is very minimal. Is this still the case with VIX greater than 16? Shockingly, yeah. Options are actually still kind of cheap here. They shouldn't be, but they're not too bad. Was it 55.71? I thought it updated this morning. Let me double check. No, it is 55.71.57. Still very close to spot. And I wouldn't be surprised with the drop today, intraday, if it's not closer to like 55.80 by now. See, I shouldn't. Oh, damn it. Hold on. We're getting some more strength in this bounce. I'm going to open more spreads. 95, buy put, 90. Save. Okay, so I got the previous trade locked into this. I guess I already... whatever. That makes it kind of confusing. Give up the $10 on the spread to fix it. Nah. 90 is not really a very important level. I don't think we would reject here. And far more likely that we find a rejection at 600 or 610. Like a real rejection. This just looks like consolidation. Should call it a vola coaster, Bob. Lots of rejection now. I don't know. Still a higher low. We actually rejected on 94. Not 90. What important events and data do we have between now and close tomorrow? When are they? Between now and close tomorrow? I think we have Japanese inflation overnight. And then pretty much nothing from then until JPOW speaks at 10 a.m. Then we have new home sales tomorrow and building permits. Hmm. Time is at 1:16. I'm sure Japanese inflation could have a pretty significant impact on their parliamentary decision tomorrow. Or at least expectations for their parliamentary decision tomorrow. Ooh, we 100%ed the idiot account. Nice. $12. Double the money. Is this a head and shoulders or a double bottom? Still a bounce. Where's there a head and shoulders? It's not really an idiot account then. That's not true. I've only done idiotic things with it. My account disagrees. Listen, just because you're underperforming the idiot account, that's not the idiot account's fault. So here's a clip and stitch all the commentary surrounding the idiot account trades into one video. Yeah, I guess you could do that. It's not his fault that his mindless trading has doubled while my thinking has me in the red. Hmm. It's not well thought out. It's partially planned. Low risk trades. Very little directionality. For it to be an actual idiot trade, Popcorn Trader should be running the account. That's not going to prove anything, though. The point of this is to prove that it's just not that hard. In a way that's consistently tracked. Was the momentum that took us to the 5600 test the reason you waited to sell put spreads? When? On the first bounce? I've been tracking my own idiot straddles, and I have similar results. I feel like my timing and risk management are getting better when legging out. Thanks for educating us, Gherk. No problem, man. What's hard for us and easier for you is to determine the top and bottom of each day for the idiot trade. But I'm not doing that. I'm not determining the top and the bottom. I'm just selling at tops and bottoms. I think the difference is that I'm patient. And that's kind of what you're saying, is that I'm just being more patient. Willing to accept a reduced return in order to reduce risk. Honey, I'm gonna double our life savings in 12 days. That's how you crash the market. There's a fine line between patience and overholding, I think is what they're saying. Hmm. Is there? It's a spread. Like, how much money can you lose in fucking an hour? 10%? 20%? He's not holding. He's waiting before selling. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All of it? Hmm. Currently, I sold in the money puts, which is a little biased. I think I'm okay with that. That's the beautiful thing about fully defined risk, right? Yeah, that's my favorite. Why would you buy something if you're just gonna sell it? Because I'm gonna sell it for more. I think people need to know what a trend is and where the edges are. Either that or they're not confirming before entering. It's usually the latter. But it's a little bit more multifaceted than that. I do tell everyone where all the levels are each day though. And like 80% of days on the S&P you stay within, the current range you're trading in from the prior day. Any thoughts on Go view liquidity or any tips? Action looks primed to cross on daily MACD. Ew. No, there's not a lot of tips action. There was some covering, but it appears to be mostly over. On the idiot trade account with today's trade, would you pull 2,500 out and continue on with house money? No. I would grow the account to 25,000. Hmm. I just don't know what to do with myself. What do you mean? I don't make it more than 25k. Well, that would happen after 25k. 25k is on the way to more than that. I mean, the beauty about this kind of trade is that they're pretty scalable. It's not like scalping. How long until you teach the idiot trade? I thought I already was. Is that not what I've been doing for 12 days?
Hmm.
I haven't learned anything. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna go get a snack. I'll be right back. Oh no. What'd you guys do? That's the opposite of what I wanted. Yeah, under 75 is very bad. '75's not even all that supportive, and we're under, or getting very close to gamma neutral. Gamma neutral is 71. Almost tested it. Really might get a bounce off gamma neutral. Careful with that. Is Gherkin reading legal docs again? Not, no. I am doing things. Market's not looking too hot. No, it's a very shitty day, which is kind of awesome. Next support's 55.50, and I'm not even sure it's that much of a support. What are you giggling about? Nothing. He's giggling at all the 5640Ps he bought. No. I do have some August 30th 5550s left over from last Friday's horrible straddle. That'd be cool. Hmm. Yes, already lost support. I don't trust 5590 to hold us. This is going to be an interesting day. $70 also seems supportive. Futures has a little bit of support here, but it's not supportive. It's gamma neutral. That's what it is. Bulls should be able to bounce it here if they have anything left in them, right? I mean, it's not they should, they need to. They need to bounce it here, or we're gonna slip, and vol is gonna rise, and their fucking longer dated short puts are gonna start blowing up. So they either need to sell, duration, at like 55.50, 55.25, and lever up, or gamma's gonna go negative, and vol's gonna rise. Sorry, I know I'm not being very entertaining right now. Hitting the drop. Futures doesn't have support till like 55, 60. And if we drop much more than this, the MM's gonna go negative Vana on the day. $55.55 Vana flip point on the day? No. Also, it moves. It's not a static point. Last 2 hours gonna get wild. It's a distinct possibility. We've lost gamma neutral though, which is really not good for them. It's gonna be hard to turn this around. They still have a shitload of sold puts in the money. Like a lot of them. But, you know, some days those just stay in the money. I'd say 65 is probably the last chance to get any kind of meaningful bounce. If we lose 65, probably straight to 50 or 45. The long end's getting margin smushed. Yeah, well, the carry trade margin sucks, right? And now yields are getting, like UST, where they were getting their leverage for this, is getting crushed too. Also, vol's going up, which isn't fucking helping, right? Because they're adding additional risk. I'm sure that fucking move is up. Things look like a hot steaming dumpster fire behind a burning down Wendy's on the daily. Mm-hmm. It would be a shame if there were a bunch of people who were shorting vol that got forced out. JPEG could just be hawkish tomorrow, and this thing can rocket. So don't think we've lost that much ground yet, but people are definitely scared of tomorrow. I think a 55.50, 55.80 strangle for tomorrow at spot. It's a little wide, but it can work. Powell speaks at 10 a.m. I don't feel like the data. I feel like the data hasn't been obviously inflationary enough for him to be hawkish, considering his past. I mean, but he just needs to be hawkish. The it, they can't let the banks blow up. And the outcome of him being hawkish tomorrow is far more beneficial to the banks than the outcome of him being dovish. Right? People aren't afraid that he's going to be hawkish tomorrow right now. They're afraid he's going to be dovish. That's what we're pricing in. That's what's hedging off, right? It doesn't matter. The Fed always fucking breaks everything. That's their mandate. JPEG being hawkish is now bullish. Yep. Let's look at the last 2 years. When have they not acted in the best interest of the bank? The banks almost blew up in March. They bailed them out with the BTFP or BTFD, bank term funding, BTFP. Sorry. And then in October, the banks almost blew up again, and Yellen bailed them out by flipping all their duration short, and Powell pivoted, right? Every major action the Fed's taken in the last year and a half has been in the interest of protecting the banks. He's not going to stop doing that. If for no other reason than if the FDIC is on the hook, so's the Fed. The Fed has a dual mandate. See, I thought you said dual mandate this whole time. No, not a lot of banks went down at all. Protecting banks will always be market bullish. I mean, no, because there's a limit on their capacity to do that. But they will do it as long as they feasibly can. No, dovish tomorrow is bad for banks. So I've explained this a bunch. Powell is trapped, right? When Powell decided to pivot, instead of raising rates into rising inflation, he trapped himself. By allowing Yellen to issue tons of liquid cash, banks and primary dealers had to pull money out of reserves and put them into treasuries, short-term treasuries, right? and we affected YCC, essentially. That's what Yellen did, right? It's just yield curve control. So she, Powell kept the rates high, and she issued the duration, which kept the front end up and pushed the back end of the curve down. Okay? And this protected the banks because the back end of the curve was rising, right? And this is what happened in October and early November. Yeah, Yellen knows this. Absolutely. She's not a stupid woman. None of them are idiots. They do act uninformed, but they're generally fairly aware of what's going on. Now, if we cut rates, front end goes down, back end goes back up. Banks are at risk. But now, because we've done this for so long, if we raise rates, the front end will stay up, but the back end will go up also. So in both of these scenarios, the back end of the curve is going to move up, right? And that's before we factor in, the fact that increased margin requirements in the carry trade are going to force the sale of US Treasuries, right? So ignore the carry trade completely. Both of the Fed's decisions lead to the back end of the yield curve going up, which banks cannot bear, right? I did that whole write-up back in like January about what the banks cannot bear a 10% rate above 4.5%. They do not have the capital on hand to manage that, and that will force them to mark to market their treasuries. And even if that starts, like, sure, the risk expands as the 10-year moves up, but when you hit that pivot point, people are going to start marking to market their hold to maturity securities, and the 10-year is going to rocket, right? That's why it was so imperative that they did everything they could to turn that 10-year yield around. That's why, like, out of the blue in October, when everything was fucking falling apart, the Fed's like, this is great, we're gonna pivot now. We're gonna pivot, we're gonna cut rates before we hit that wall of maturity out in 2024. You want 7 rate cuts? How about 9, right? And we didn't get a single fucking one. Which I told all you guys in October. I was like, they can't. And they haven't been able to, right? Why can't Powell just lower rates? Because the back end of the yield curve will go up and banks will explode. They need what we need, and this is becoming increasingly difficult, right? Because it's really not possible. Is we need a cyclical period of tightening and loosening financial conditions that allow the banks to roll over their toxic assets. Now we've gotten a few, right? March through July 2022, right? We got November through July, through July 2023. Now we need like 8 more of these. The problem is Yellen can't issue short-term debt for long enough to maintain the yield curve control necessary for that to continue, right? Because our interest rate payments are exceeding the amount of they're starting to exceed the amount of incoming funds into the TGA. Now, if money owed is greater than money available, we default. So there is no option. They've created a prison for themselves, right? How do I profit off a default? Short the US treasuries or the dollar? No, no, long the dollar. Long the dollar, short treasuries. Sorry. Short the US. Short everything. Yeah, pretty much. Grinchween, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we gon' end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Maybe we'll get a $1 trillion coin minted before a default. So inflation explodes. Again. That's not going anywhere. Except all of the money from the stimulus would go to pay off debt, and so there would be no economic stimulus. I mean, you're literally talking about something that would just trigger stagflation. GDP wiped out, inflation sky high. The solution to all of this was to let it fail last March. That was the whole point of raising the fucking rates, right? If we're not going to destroy wealth, why are we raising rates? And they were like, oh shit, we raised rates. Now we're going to destroy wealth. And they've done everything they feasibly can to pull that back. Fuck home buyers, fuck home sellers, fuck home owners, fuck investment accounts and pension funds. It all needs reset. We lived high on the hog off the wealth bubble for too fucking long, and the government can't fund it anymore. It's shitty, and no one wants to hear it, and no one wants to eat the shitty sandwich. But we need to, or the failure, the effort to prevent the failure is going to make the failure that much worse. Are we still certain we aren't in a cult? No. I took my robe off long ago. That was too much macro for a simple trading stream. Sorry. The only people not holding the bag are destitute homeless people. Yeah, but when it's over, they still won't have any bag, right? So they won't be able to take advantage of it. Oh, you can go, but you can never leave. Who do you think wants JPAD a cut? Banks don't. The only people that want JPAD a cut are people who are long shit companies in the Russell 2K, 50% of which are probably going to go out of business in the next 5 years anyway. Whether he cuts or he doesn't, right? So any value add in that sector is not even that relevant anyway. People who want to buy homes for $700,000 that were $300,000 2 years ago. Yeah, they really need the cut. No, they don't. They need those fucking home prices to go down. That's the problem with the mortgage industry and the news, is they're like, oh man, we need rates to go down so people only have a 5% mortgage on this house that's, 5 times 2-year comparables. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody even wants to live in half of the fucking housing stock in this country. It's shitty. It's in the middle of nowhere. With bad schools, crime. It's just garbage, right? But what really matters is that you don't pay that extra 2% to buy that fucking house from BlackRock. No, the value of the homes needs to go down. Not the rate. Fuck the rate. Cost to finance isn't so fucking prohibitive when the house is 250 grand. I'm sorry about your house, Dork. Voo and chill? Oh, you mean just beating the compounding rate of inflation barely? I'd rather pay 12% on a $150,000 home than 4% on 700K. Exactly. I told my dad to listen to your fire talk, and he thought your hat stood for Volker was a pussy. The only people in the 80s that hated Volker were people who already had money. Sounds like a bank problem with all the Florida HELOCs. Yeah, you mean all the people that bought a $200,000 house in Florida 5 years ago, then all of a sudden had 400K in equity, which they levered up to buy 50 fucking Airbnbs that nobody wants to live in? That was a great idea. But they refuse to rent or lease on a monthly or yearly basis because they're still hoping somebody will pay them $500 a night to stay in their shithole with no amenities or services. Meanwhile, we just had hotels the whole fucking time. Plus $500 cleaning fee. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, all their uninsured properties. Tom Lee also said Bitcoin's going to 500K. Generational buying opportunity. No wonder Jamie Dimon fired him. I'm sorry, funded him out. Generational selling opportunity. 20 more years of 10% inflation and BTC will be 500K. 20 more years of 10% inflation and no one will have internet service. Or electricity. How do you get your BTC when the power grid's down? I'm gonna keep it on your keychain in the wasteland. Like the guy who lost 16 million on hard drives. I think it was like 160 million. These are the best streams when Gert goes off on the Fed and house prices. That's because we don't teach basic financial literacy to our populace, so they can't be angry about everything. They can't be angry about getting bent over and railed in the ass, right? Everyone's just like, ah, that's great. I mean, Dork's into that. I mean, that's why he bought a house, right? Wrong. They're angry. They just don't know why. The penis of the government is very small, Dork. But it'll still leave you with an unwanted debt burden. Long and thin, like a pencil. I can die happy if Kamala and Trump debate and Kamala asked Trump, how many years you got left in you, big guy? So what you're saying is Dork shouldn't have bought a house. I mean, I tried to There was no stopping him. Dork wants the American dream. In Nevada? It's okay. Everyone wants to live in northern Nevada. I'm not speculating on the house, but you bought it at speculative prices. I just want to be able to drill holes and not get in trouble. They have a river sometimes. Here we're talking about housing. I got one too. Are the quants top ticking the housing market? It's a distinct possibility. Why did Dirk buy a house and get 50 Airbnbs with his leverage? He doesn't have any leverage. Otherwise, he'd have built the yurt already. As long as it's not being diverted to avocado fields. That's just propaganda pushed by big cattle. I still haven't made any money on those puts I sold. Thanks. Doesn't cut rates engage money printer always the play to get out of it, though? Doesn't matter. If we do that, inflation's gonna skyrocket. We have no control over it. We don't even have a restrictive rate. I mean, fucking... Stop asking me hard questions. Maybe we should give rich people a ton of money, crush all the cars over 5 years old, and suppress volatility. Is Chick-fil-A streaming service gonna take down Fubo? Probably. I put a bunch of money down. End of story. Everybody who got a house last year for 1.2 million. Was it a $1.2 million house? Everyone stop attacking Dork's home purchase. I've seen you guys lose hundreds of thousands of dollars on SPX 0 DTEs, alright? I don't think anybody here gets a pedestal. And alright, fair enough. Joke's on you. I've never had hundreds of thousands to lose. I bought a 250K house for 430K in 2019. It's now worth 750K. See, what everyone is about to find out is that house is actually just worth 310K. That's the problem. People in the Midwest are gonna say like 10% drawdowns on property, if that. What the fuck are you talking? That honestly, prices in Midwest housing have exploded more than they have in coastal regions and real estate markets with high demand. The fact that a fucking house in bumfuck Ohio commands the market median rate is ridiculous. Your home price isn't insulated, dork. Boomers are gonna die. The population is in decline. The real estate market has no way of handling that. Who hurt you in Ohio? It's just an easy target. Zoomers are going to scoop up that real estate and turn it into stream houses. Oh, it's nothing compared to what'll happen over the next 30 years. Sounds like people will be presented with a need to sell as fast as possible in the most overpriced areas and flock to good old Midwestern value. No, it sounds like the Midwest will get fucking completely abandoned as population continues to decline and people move towards city centers where there's resources and money and infrastructure. We price in the death rate of boomers? Yep. And the birth rate of millennials and Gen Z. Imagine Gary, Indiana, but the whole Midwest. Just like Japan. Exactly. Because you need infrastructure. That's why we need more immigrants. Yep. We need to import people. What are your qualifications, Bob? Then why deport them? Because people like Bob get angry that they're taken as gerbs. Torque with the swift axe of retribution. The government will import enough people to prop it all up while stoking xenophobia and anti-immigration sentiment in the populace for some reason. Because it gets votes, right? It's not like any fewer immigrants are coming in, ever, right? It doesn't matter what the administration is. Holy crap, we locked down the border and now our economy's in the gutter. Who could have seen this coming? The solution is simple. Open all the borders, hand out social security cards at the entrance. You want in, you pay income tax. Have a good day. What are your thoughts on UBI? Hard to sustain. We would need to lock down the tax code and increase corporate taxes substantially. Not impossible. Dang, Gherkin, you solved it. No, I didn't. We just used to do that, right? You get off the boat at fucking Ellis Island. Here's your social security card. Those people are hiring at the end of the dock, right? We just don't do that anymore. I think there's a big statue that says "Come in." Actually, the French were playing the long con. Could you discuss the housing thesis as it relates to Canada? That's not a real country. It'll probably follow the U.S. Our housing market didn't crash in 2008. There's nothing to crash. The entire population of your country would fit into one of our states. Just get rid of Airbnb and foreign investors. Boom, your housing market will go to nothing. Same's true here, actually. No one's even using the Dakotas. Exactly. If they cut, leverage decreases, so bearish. If they cut, inflation skyrockets, so bullish. What's going to happen to equity markets? Inflation's not going to skyrocket right away, and not from a small cut. Inflation's going to skyrocket if they try to stimulate the economy after they cut. No, like 3 people have already talked about FFIE. You really ignore the value the Midwest and agricultural communities provide the country. You mean Monsanto run factory farms? Yeah, they're pretty great. But you don't need entire cities built around them. Population of Canada equals California, roughly. Yeah, a little less, I think. They could just actually build houses with all those fucking trees, you know? There's just nowhere to live there. Well, nowhere anyone wants to live. So they have really tiny real estate markets, which drive up the prices. Don't you love seeing Monsanto run factory farms and the 200,000 people who run them get 2 senators? We had to appease the slave owners, all right? Or otherwise, they weren't going to sign the Constitution. California is not connected to Canada. You know that, right? Perhaps one Monsanto employee would be worth 3/5 of a coastal employee voter. So contiguousness is overrated. I hate that you use the word that way. Did I make money on my spreads yet? God damn it. Someone call the devs. I need the fucking price to go up. Do you typically buy a straddle at end of day? Yeah. It smells like coastal elites in here. Gross. Poopy. Stop trying to make the Midwest a thing, alright? It's not gonna happen. The heyday died around the same time as American industrialism. Oh fuck, I forgot my food that I made. Hold on. I love the channel for some of the superb, informative rants like today. Just pisses me off. It shouldn't, but it does. I didn't burn anything. Did I miss some juicy drama while the market tanked? No. I was just getting fired up about how useless the fucking Fed is. In other news, I think I'm going to sell my Long Island house and then just buy like an entire apartment building in Tokyo. Why would I want a Lambo? Ten apartment buildings? Shinjuku is where the degen stuff is? It's not home ownership. It's a investment property. I wonder if you could like get a vasectomy and then get one of the like the breeding citizenships. Hmm. Sounds like fraud. Don't the newer ones have a switch on your sack? Dave? Is that a thing? Why would you ever turn it on? Is your girlfriend like, oh yeah, give me one of the live ones tonight? In Germany? Live load. What if you like what if like you and your girlfriend are trying for a baby, but you like banged your mistress earlier and you didn't clear out the pipes and you get the wrong woman pregnant? I mean, in the short term. In the long term, you probably just move on with your life. Pipes take 72 days to clear, so I think it'll eventually cause erosion or stricture in the vase. Hmm. My dad literally has the sack switch. I told him never to tell me something like that ever again. Hmm. I'm just trying to imagine the first date conversation. Like, I really want babies. I have a vasectomy, but it's okay. It's on a switch. What if you're sleeping and she turns on the switch and you don't know it? It's like putting holes in your condom. Is it like a big light switch? I assume it's not like a mechanical switch, right? I have a pull chain. It's linked to my Google account. Clap on, clap off. That sounds like Russian roulette. You're just slamming it from the back and you don't know if you left it. You don't know where you started. Retest the all-time high is still a little bit more likely, but we're below gamma neutral. Well, we were below gamma neutral. We're very close to gamma neutral. Just stopping. Glad everyone's considering the responsibility of choosing when to have kids. Yeah. How's the market today? It went down pretty hard. What was it? Abby V. GM? One second. Mm. Gamma Max on Abby V is 194.73. Oh my god. See, Costco has ramen now? What? Like cup noodles? They've always had that. No, it's like a fresh ramen kit. They've always had that too. Chop? Hmm. There's still sold puts at 80 and 85. I'm 90. No, not a lot of put buyers right now. So squeezy into end of day? If we get above 80, yeah. Squeezy into end of day? Yeah, maybe. I think Costco inventory is based on the demographics in your area. I've always had tons of Asian stuff at mine, too. Maybe Mr. Grey Pubes area passed a threshold. I thought they were selling, like, ramen with the hot dogs. Oh, that's weird. Oh, it just has like hard-boiled eggs in it? And ham? That looks fucking disgusting. Hot dog ramen would slap? Hmm. Wonder if you can make like a fried glizzy ramen. Or no, you gotta do that thing they do in the South. You just smoke a bologna. Not a fan. Too much smoky flavor. Hmm. I've never had it. Some chick with a British accent on YouTube gave the Costco ramen an 8.5. It looks disgusting. Well, you don't like cold sliced roast pork? It's so square. Oh, Bulls failed to get 80 again. The fully cooked hard-boiled eggs. It looks so bad. I went to high school with a Richard Switch. Hmm. I feel like yellow protein shock to perk you up in the morning. I fucking hate hard-boiled eggs so much. It's like, I've denatured this. It's so delicious. Gross. Also, they stink. When I was a little kid, my grandma would make fucking egg salad. Ugh. It would just stink up the whole house. Deviled eggs are just adding some mayo to the shitty part of the egg. Yeah, it's the sulfur. Soft boil for the win. Yep. Leave it in the shell and do an inverse snake birthing. Dork, I've told you this like 100 times. You can't stick shit up your ass and digest it. That's not what's happening. 100-year-old boofed eggs. All of our price improvement from Monday just wiped out. How hard could this drop? The rest? It's technically just a giant bear flag, right? Hmm. Yeah, Fubo's hanging in there. Is JPO gonna get his tip lubricated by some liquidity at Jackson's Hole? I don't know. Do you think more downs tomorrow? Depends on what JPO says. Hmm. How profitable would it be to carry a 180 GTE straddle and you just sell daily calls and puts against it until it moves enough that you're profitable and you close a long leg? You could theoretically do that. Although eventually you're just going to blow up one side of it, right? Also, your losses on the short dated call and put can exceed the value of the gain on the long leg. Where's the next stop under GN? 55.50. Any chance of a rocket into close? There's enough out of the money sold puts that it's possible. Still would have to break 80, which we're currently nowhere near. One second. The fuck does Gerd keep going? I have shit going on, man. Yeah. Did I miss something? The fucking price is at the same thing it was at when I left. Kirk, you can't leave. I haven't left. I need to hold my hand while the price chops. I lose money on my own. Lame. It's a lot more depressing, I'll tell you that much. I'm just holding off. Let the cash settle. Do something tomorrow. Yep. Today's just, it dropped really hard, and then it hasn't fucking done much since. If we break 80, we could go up, but 20 minutes left? I don't think that's going to happen. $10 a.m. Eastern. GeFresh promised me 55.90. When? What the fuck is with this useless payment processor and not taking any Amex cards? How would you zero GTE Strangle here? Would you even consider it? You do know what a strangle is, right? Why does everyone only seem to have one credit card? You know what? That's a good question. Platform should be free for Amex Platinum. How? Need help? Really? What's going on? What does Amex cover, like, subscriptions for shit or something? No Amex, like 60% of merchants. Boom, done. I didn't know that. It's for entertainment, though. And it's only $240. You're not entertained. Should have gone with Stripe. Maybe. There's, Stripe fucking kind of sucks, too, though. Robust, right? Like, the APIs are really good and stuff, but I've been, like, we're considering switching over to them, but they are, they've got a lot of fucking issues. Who said that? Yaga. Costs like twice the amount to process. Yeah, I know. Frankly, I'm surprised you're even doing Amex. Most startups don't bother. But I have an Amex. Stripe is bomb. So Stripe's got like 75 pending lawsuits for shutting down small merchant accounts and then just not reopening them, stealing all the money in the accounts that's pending, and paying back fraudulent remittance claims. So they're great until they fuck you in the ass. Calls on Stripe. I mean, yeah, all right, fair. We should just become a bank later, Dork, later. It's too soon. So what's the problem, Asha? Counterpoint, Nvidia's the new Enron, and everyone's investing in that. True. Square's APIs are just as good as Stripe's. They charge less money. They've been around longer, and they don't have half the problems. Are they? Yeah, right? Did you look at Square's documentation? It's pretty fucking robust, too. Let's just use PayPal. Like a 1998 website. Do you take check by mail? Only if it's notarized by your mom, Bob. She's not a notary? Well, time to get her trained up. I just laughed more than I should have at that one. It wasn't even funny. For Bob, we only take Spanish doubloons. No, that's what Popcorn's paying us in. We take credit and debit cards, and apparently not Amex. We could do ACH too, but our account's too young. We have an 80 test in it if it breaks 70. Sure. Yeah. I mean, if it breaks 80, it's gonna squeeze the short puts back out of the money. Upstart have more room to the upside. Eh. Not much. It's still above Gamma Max. It's broken Gamma Max a few times, but it's getting, like, shorted back down right now. More and more short vol. Realized vol's falling off. IV's declining. YOLO calls into close just because of all the 0 DT puts. I mean, you could, but it doesn't mean they're going to go in the money. Although I guess the out of the money calls probably don't cost very much. Why isn't the idiot trade called Trey's trade? Because I didn't want to juice it up too much. Because it makes money. Got him. The fuck is that candle? Well, it's a rejection off of 75. Let me zoom in. I looked back at my YouTube purchases and found a $500 donation to Trey Trades in 2021. That's like more than the 3 years of Dillionaire here in the pickle jar. I've never felt so disgusted with myself. They were reckless and wild days. Can you think of business names to reflect on credit card statements for Gamma Strike to use that sound like something wives approve of their husband spending money on? Like Sensitivity Training Inc.? Right now, your current receipt should say Gamma Strike and then item number, hookers, and blow. If that's not where you're getting, let us know and we'll try to fix that for you. We have a couple other options, like 3-hour strap-on session, and 56-year-old Korean lady massage. But that receipt has a tip box. It's an interesting time to turn the audio back on. What am I supposed to do with the extra 29 minutes? I'm starting to think these 5590s aren't going to print. Yeah, I kind of agree. Who massages whom in that scenario? No idea. I purchased the new platform. Can I pay you in bacon and oven roasted chickens? How much freezer space do you have? Okay, we take credit and debit cards. You know, like other businesses? Do you have a Venmo credit card that's also a Visa? No, we don't take SHIB. If you sign up for Pigeon Wheel, you can sign up for the platform or no? Not anymore. We take Discover. No, not Diners Club, unfortunately. No AAA discount. Nope, no rolled coins. We're gonna figure this out, guys. This is the worst power 5 minutes ever. Kind of sucks. Hmm. Well, it did do a little bounce. That was kind of fun. I have no idea how much money I just made or lost. Well, if you had a 65, you made $5.87. All right. Well, we ended up moving a little bit beyond the market maker's expected range and had a pretty sharp rejection off the 2 standard deviation VWAP there this morning at 56.43. Fell down, tested gamma neutral, and closed just under it, actually. A close below gamma neutral going into tomorrow's data does not sound super good. However, I do kind of expect JPOW to be hawkish enough tomorrow to keep this show running until at least the FOMC meeting. So tomorrow's just going to be entirely dependent on what gets said at Jackson's Hole. Yes, failed support at 5,600. Next test to the downside is the long-term trend, the top of the long-term trend from October, which is going to be around like the 55.70, 55.65 range. Commodities down a little bit again today. Oil up quite a lot, but precious metals falling back on the rising dollar. Yields up and dollar up after this morning's PMI data. Dispersion really never got a foothold and is actually slowly breaking down again. Well, or correlation is slowly starting to move up from its peak back on the 20th. Carry trade got levered up pretty hard today alongside the rising dollar. Went from about 0.6 or 6.7, 6.6 to 6.9 just in the intraday today. However, that didn't do much to stop the bleed, and the forward yield of volatility closed the day positive again for the first time in a little while at 3.42%. Bond vol moving up, kind of alongside a flat move in correlation. Skew continues to retreat as less and less tail risk hedging is picked up. Although today might shift that. 84.29% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average, and correlation with VIX, cash VIX is now actually slightly up over last week. Just barely. I don't think this really matters much anymore, but something to note. And Fed Fund futures pricing, 8.85 cuts, 0.85 points of cuts by Jan of 2025. Idiot Trade is trading the highs and lows based on resistance points. Yeah, pretty much. That's it. I'm just selling the low and the high technicals every day. It's not really very complicated. I feel like we just visited Jackson's Hole. Where does the time go? Well, it's it's time dilation from Jackson's Hole. That's extremely dense. Anyway, that's it for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Sound good? All right, later.